Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to part 8 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. And we are halfway in Rise from the Ashes. Anybody remember what happened in the last stream? Do you remember, Di? We had a big mess where there were 2 victims with the same name. 2 Detective Goodmans in the underground parking lot and in the police department. We also was laid a pretty big bombshell at the end of last week's stream. You remember what it was, Di? One of the biggest. Jake Marshall? Well, yes, he is involved. But what we were given was a case file of SL9, which was also known as the Joe Dart killings. Yes, Jake Marshall was an investigator of that case. Who else was also mentioned in that case? And I told you to make sure you remember the name. It was on the floor, so I had to throw it out. Okay, Emma Skye is mentioned in the SL9 case. Lana Skye was mentioned in the SL9 case. Jake Marshall. Angel was mentioned. And a name that you probably only read in the file is Neil Marshall, and we'll figure out, we will go in depth on who Neil Marshall is in this stream. So, and Neil Marshall was the name I told you not to forget about. So let's do a mic check. So, am I coming out clear like this? Now, the low voice. Am I coming out clear like this? Can you hear me like this? Is the music too loud? I can lower the music down. Okay, I can be clear. Both yeses? Okay, I guess we're good to go, right? Okay. We are going to be doing the latter half of this trial, and we're going to go to the investigation. I might end up doing one part of the trial because the last trial is split up into 3 parts. But we'll see. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. The court will reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Be prepared for some laughs in this courtroom. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. How did you know that? Oh, I know you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. Chase Marshall! To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard anyone describe it that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? The desperado's soul is a boundless on the desert sand. No paper can sum it up. Not even this knife. Maybe it'd be best to go on with this quickly. Please share us with your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. The day of the crime. When he says old English, that doesn't mean modern English. My job was to keep a weary eye on the bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security cameras anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but I don't see, but you don't see me complaining. Okay. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security cameras? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about these. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickey are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everybody's got their weakness. No, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Ring him up, cowboy! Day of the crime. You're the judge. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. But I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperado I know joins the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in that evidence from that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. A bike is very easy to explain. You just put a chain on a couple of sprockets, push the pedal forward, and it moves forward. That is very easy to explain. The sensors on the lock handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that you mention it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. None of you English steak lunches can beat that parlor. Vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duty to eat some noodles? Not at all, desperados. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edward says, did you not want a raise this year? Well, we do have ammo, so... And I should probably already know what it is. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or, as you call it, evidence. You plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My still horse is waiting to carry me back west in the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card in my sleeve, so I'd better keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante. Alright, there are two statements in this testimony that you can use. We can do the last one. Which one? These ones?
Objection!
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that is you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here? Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of the crypt. I pay my respects, that is. Make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happens to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker with my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. Even though I'm wearing gloves myself, and they've got cut off fingerprints. Don't! The witness's explanation appears valid. Although, there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without a doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Despite the fact he just revealed that he himself wears cut-off gloves. Now's my chance to prove it. That is not the button I want either. God dang it. God dang it. Well, I screwed that up. Sorry about that, Die. I screwed up. I pressed buttons I wasn't supposed to be pressing. But we'll get that back at the end of the chapter. The section. Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated, they're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast. The other has a type of murder. It's good, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homophones has to do with that. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on the handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hands on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint? That's the only logical conclusion. Can't let him squirm out of this one. I've got to find something. Something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. This is the first statement. Yeah, the last one was the last statement, but we're back to the first statement because there is a statement that you have to press. No, you have to press the statement first. You can't present anything because there's nothing in his testimony to present yet. That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yep, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I used. All that's in there now, though, broken drinks. Let's see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's program. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without even knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints updated in his program. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yeah, yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video. Right, partner? Now you got a new statement. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime? Isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera is panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection!
We don't have time for your speculation, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of yours. Guy probably likes watching this video. No, actually it would be a lot further afterwards. Because we're trying to connect him to the crime, and we're trying to connect the bloody handprint to being his. That's not what I want to do. Why am I being bad at this? Okay, we do not want to do this again. Okay, so that statement does not get unlocked until you actually have to press that. Yes, I am misclicking. Very much Because this game...
Objection!
Yeah, it is pretty sensitive. I don't even have to press the button down all the way for this thing to respond. So... So this is what you're referring to, right? I think I have to be specific on this one. Okay.
Take that!
Bring your attention back to the security camera. Is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. Count your words, Die. You can clearly be seen in this video. How many words is that? We'll count together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in this video. That locker was a white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! Order! It would seem that this was... Hold your horses! Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade. You're the only one who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened the locker? No, prove it. What can we use to prove it against him, Di? Well, no, it checks for the person's fingerprint. This is what we're looking for. See?
Take that!
Fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Dusty did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't even know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff? What do you have to say? In 8 words or less. I only got one word for you, partner, as I tug on my shirt. No! I'm getting no frames dropped. Yeah, XSplight's not dropping any frames. Right. We were getting some lag on my end. Still getting lag. That's on YouTube's end. Very much on YouTube's end because it still says stream is healthy. Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. YouTube is taking a dump. I have 0 frames dropped, and YouTube went kaput. If nobody else has experience with it, it's probably just on our end. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. As soon as I get done pulling on my jerky. Olay! Please answer the question. I'm not a bull. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can. Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. That's so, then. Where was the witness? See if Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Where was he, Di? You know this answer. Some of this seems new to you because these are brand new mechanics of the game, which gets utilized a lot in the later games. No, he wasn't outside the room. He was most definitely in the room. But where was he? No, he wasn't next to... Well, these are the only people that's been in here. Okay, these are the only two that's in here. So Jake Marshall has to be one of them two people. And one of those two people also has to be actually it's going to be the other way around. This is actually going to be Jake Marshall. The other one was Meekins. Because remember, Goodman is the victim. Meekins being accused as the killer. So Jake Marshall would be marked as the victim. Officer Marshall was standing right here. But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman.
Objection!
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
Objection!
May I point out though that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes? And how did Detective Goodman respond? He totally pulled a knife on me! Something about that officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? Still denying it. You're going to have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving they're dressed up as victims. Can't say I particularly care for your own cooperative position. I can't say I care for your fears, but you don't see me. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the deadly. Heck! This can't be happening. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? Me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yes, he did. Despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. But he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Dick Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us what the witness had to open the locker. Why he had opened the locker. Now I have 81 frames dropped. Now I had 162. Now I have the frames dropping. But before it was YouTube, I was at 0 frames. But it wasn't raining. It wasn't raining today. So I will pause it, and I'll let you make an assumption, okay? God damn. All right, what do you see? For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When I asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. Bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent than as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the courts what you did. All of it. Alright. Seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you? But there's only one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Marshall's confession. Press all of Marshall's statements. When you say it, you mean, do you even have to ask, partner? That's all 9. 2 years ago has passed since the case was closed. It's going to completely end the transferal day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall was in charge of investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I... Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence. What does that mean? So you did it to fool the security camera? And the detective's ID card? I stole the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filing out. I returned his ID card. I left it in the prosecutor's office parking lot. I left there by Officer Marshall. Essentially, he managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? In the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you couldn't change your fingerprint. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open the lock yourself. But you could, because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the lock before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekin and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekin certainly is a one-of-a-kind type, one in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his race. When did ignorance get so much influence? Anyways, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out, and sorry, you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you blooded your code in your struggle with Officer Meekins. Someone was in the security room when I came up, it would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during the time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, but the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edward, where's the evidence? Still missing. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why. And this is the statement that we have to press.
Hold it!
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? The evidence was stored in the evidence. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved the sentence. Remember the Joe Dark case? It involves serial murder, didn't it? I don't intend to explain about how it turned out, but that's something that still bothers me. Something went down at the trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with this? Maybe I should text him with what I think is real. I have a feeling he'll wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. I had to do it on that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. So, we gotta go back to that last statement. Can't just forget the SL9 is, you know why. So, Phoenix already gave out a hint. Phoenix already gave you a hint on how to solve this one. Goodman's ID, King of Prosecutor's Trophy, Edward's Knife, Parking Stub, Blue Badger Panel, Goodman's Autopsy Report, Goodman's Note, Fonda's Cell Phone, Parking Lot Floor Plans, Crime Scene Photo, Victim's Shoe, Switchblade Knife, Criminal Test included, ID Card Record, Fingerprinting Set, Screwdriver, Item report, evidence room floor plan, rubber glove, evidence locker, unstable jar, marshal's fingerprints, security video, and the SL9 files. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you a relative to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? Prosecutor? Must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. No, I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders of David Cannon, the deputy chief of police. A group of detectives I believe was part of worked under them. They were desperate to prosecute the killer. Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. The last time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arranged and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the record says. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 could have been reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes. This mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? Got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky.
Objection!
Wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. And to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries of the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Star. And the testimony of one, Miss Angel Starr, is completely incontestable. You have a response? Make it a single word or less. I rest my case. Well, it's not lagging anymore. It says 165, so it's been 165 for some time. So, and YouTube still says my stream is healthy. So it has, most of it has to be on YouTube. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Proving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now that the time for the verdict has arrived, this court finds the defendant Your Honor, wait! Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? Well, what do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? In a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that you mentioned it, the names of both Guy's sisters were in the file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the trace of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find anything? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright. You're a professional. If anything can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regards to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. looking at the floor plans, handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? This is right. I'm sorry, it can't be for you. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I need to concentrate now. What could be wrong with a handgun protecting the gumshoe locker? Could there be something I'm missing?
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intensely at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of this mark, blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all the evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plan? Think about this one pretty hard. Let's see, Goodman's ID, King's Prosecutor's Trophy, Edward's Knife, Parking Stop, Blue Badger Panel, Goodman's Autopsy Report, Goodman's Note, Lana's Cell Phone, Parking Lot Floor Plans, Crime Scene Photo, Victim's Shoe, Switchblade Knife, Luminol Testing Fluid. You want to use the Blue Badger. Okay, let's use the Blue Badger.
Take that!
What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger. Mascot of the police force. Defender of truth. Guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please, look at the floor plans at the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this part of the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in the locker? Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through logically. Emma? On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in? Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched bandages in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
Objection!
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
Objection!
So then, assuming this murder for part really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize the defense claim that prior to Officer Meekins being caught by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did the first incident occur? As Mr. Edwards said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? You should already know this answer. This one's very easy. Alright, let's see. Goodman's ID, King of Prosecutors Trophy, Edwards Knife, Parking Stub, Blue Badger Panel, Goodman's Autopsy Report, Goodman's Note, Lana's cell phone, Parking Lot Floor Plans, Crime Scene Photo, Victim's Shoe, Switchblade Knife, Luminal Testing Fluid, ID Court Record, Fingerprints Printing Set, Screwdriver, Goodman's Lost Item Report, Evidence Room Floor Plan, Rubber Glove, Evidence Locker, Unstable Jar, Marshall's Fingerprints, Security Video, SL9 Incident File. I'm still at 165, and yeah, I'm still YouTube's having one of its days. No, the photo is not going to help you. There is no photo on this particular incident that Phoenix Wright is trying to prove. But there is one piece of evidence that does indeed prove that there is something that happened. So let's walk you in. So Goodman goes into criminal affairs, talks to the head detective in criminal affairs, and he said that he lost his ID card. So he filled one of these out, partially filled it out. Then the chief of police comes in, and he asks, what would you like to need and stuff? And he's like, I need to go into the evidence room. So from there, you can piece the pictures together. Without, I'm not going to spoil everything else from there, but you can piece everything out. How do we get into the evidence room? That tells you exactly what's needed. But I'm reiterating stuff that was already previously said in this case. Well, you don't need the ID, because the ID was actually missing. So let's look at this here. Because the ID was missing. Yes, so there's a time that says 4:20 p.m., which is the only time that this could happen. So we're going to look at this, because his time of death is between 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. And that's the only thing we can certainly use at this point. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Ah! Miles Edward! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away. But the real murderer, I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. Yeah, it's almost impossible to do it in 20 minutes, but somehow it happened. That would mean The crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgar entered the evidence room. Let's look at the card again. There's only one other card number remaining. 77777777. Talk about a lucky number. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777777. Mr. Edwards, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of this ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 77777777 belongs to someone with a high rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-up and your forgery. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. However, here in the States, somebody in the higher rank is only higher rank in that district. So that means if he committed a crime, it would have to go into the Supreme Court. They would have to, well, we do have a Supreme Court in every state. So they would have to go into a Supreme Court. You would still have to give them a trial, and it would have to take place in a Supreme Court trial. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you, to her. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana?
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about the incident. This online incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At that time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look an investigator in the eye? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief prosecutor, you did it. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why don't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No! No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be foiled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Okay. Thoughts, opinions, concerns. That getting pretty messy. That's a big concern, yes. We just been handed another bombshell that we just learned that the SL9 incident was indeed fabricated. Any questions so far? So, some things you could probably think of to yourself as, well, what's going to happen from now on? How are we going to find evidence on what happened at 4:20 p.m.? Because that was the first listed entry on the evidence room ID list. So that is what we're going to find out. And we are also going to find out how deep and how dark this case really is. Now, when I said before that I like Rise from the Ashes, it's not one of my favorite cases. It has nothing to do with the writing. I think the writing is good. Time traveling is not involved, but that definitely is not out of the question in some of the games in the series. So, I do like Rise from the Ashes. The writing is fine. It is very dragged out and very long. Which everything that they have in this game, they did not really have to extend it out this long. But they did. My favorite on this is still Turnabout Goodbyes. I still think that case is very intenseful. And I think it's well written. Despite the fact that it was made and written before this, and there were some corrections between the Japanese and the American translation. But yeah, what do you like and dislike about Rise from the Ashes so far, as we're about to do day 3? Story is great. Okay, that's a pro on the case. You probably don't really like how long this drags out, because right now, by this time, I would have finished the other cases, and we're still not done with it. But if I don't finish it this week, it most definitely will be finished next week. Just to let you know. It will most definitely be finished next week. I will not overlap the games together. I can't do that. So, we'll see what happens. Okay, this particular investigation, I will let you know. I have seen other people voice act this thing. And when they get to the last part of this, they don't put enough feeling into this. And I feel like that's lacking. Because the more and more you get into this case, you do feel what Phoenix Wright is feeling in this case. And the more clues that he picks up, he's not happy about it. And you feel that intensity with him. February 24th, 3:12 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings from me. Why do I want Dark convicted so badly? That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean? What happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He murdered Officer Marshall's brother. He left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you, yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about the time of this year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrible man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Take Marshall's shoulder. Joe Dark tried to take him hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window. Lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Joe Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify on that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edwards used it. Edwards? Yes. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edwards, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edwards really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked out Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just couldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimony. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes him a tick. But that's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's a mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled to his sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? It was the detective's office and the questioning room was right across the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, was she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After that, after the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing fool. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might have been found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. The trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, that doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you can use the experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became a chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation from 2 years ago. I was second in command of the detective investigating that. Yes, Deputy Chief Can. And I shared the same office and the same investigation. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. The first time Marshall worked with his brother. Quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, though Joe Dark was the serial killer, we asked him to come into questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, and he tried to kill him. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. See, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. I will hold my tongue for now. Now you tell us. Damon Gann and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gann and Marshall let their guards down and then fled to the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gann and himself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion on his unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to the extreme. Extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Even since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives in their memory. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes. The office that Damon Gann and I shared. The office that Mr. Gann now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The side of the final SL9 incident murder. Okay. So. February 24th, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. I don't see Gumshoe anywhere. Things seems kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. February 24th, Police Department entrance. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead ya, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance. But we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Well, you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall. Would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reports were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But, in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound that the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind a scar on all of us. Scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the look, but he got the brain. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I know it. What are you looking at me for? Like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was dazzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was a thunder. Can't believe 2 years ago had gone by already. I tried to seal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered. And the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in the case. We all knew that. Every detective involved in the investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in that tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did anything to him too, the commissioners would have gotten suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Hey? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gann and Lana Sky. Investigation lead Damon Gann and his second-in-command Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest set in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Or after the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Sorry for stealing your line. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, he did steal my line. I'm pissed off about it. I must have said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambino, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. All started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It's certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Ambinos. I guess we're going back to criminal affairs. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everybody's busy solving cases. Oh. If you're looking for the others, they're all in that conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallways to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. February 24th, police department chief's office. Whoa, where am I? I'm in the chief's office, so at least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Botch. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me the organ. Never could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh, C2. Again. Put that paper in. So, Righto, how have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence. 2 years ago has passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana Neal and me. So this is Prosecutor Leo Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it. Can't team picture added to the format. Anyways, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that needs my attention. I'm gonna look up here, so let's get out. Let's go out together. Oh? But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? She can't deny our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. This is technically our third visit. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurts. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it's all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago, now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lila Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In other words, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to the joint someday, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Oh yeah, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyways, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, yeah. Look, it's all written down in here, okay? His power of recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Kid walked by just then, so he jogged down to the scene. He turned himself in. A jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. I missed a lot of that. Why did it just keep going? Why didn't it just stop like it used to? It seems as if he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too. But luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that the last witness wasn't killed. The last witness? AKA yeah. Hasn't that line been in the original? It would be in this one too. Oh, about this. Hey, is that? There's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident onto it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker. And that day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edwards' car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, bring it before you forget again. Oh, shit. Shoot, I forgot again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyways, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. That's the fabricated part. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. Though I'm looking at that knife, it doesn't look like it would match the knife, but I would have to see it attached to the knife to see it. But even if it's still a piece of the knife, it was still fabricated. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife updated in the court record. Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, gumshoe's our only chance of getting into the office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that could make him change his mind. We'll find out. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on that day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Got to find all the answers by tomorrow. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. First of all, we're going to have this little laugh of ours right here. Because this is technically important. But this is also going to give us a big laugh. Wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no! He's falling to the ground! Hold on first. Let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look! What? If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Letter of resignation put into pocket. Okay. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why? Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. Herlock Sholmes, welcome to the chat. Pleased to see you again. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that this case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? This list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Hey, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend this one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gann asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief said you had to? That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of which, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding is a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. As I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Alright, Di, you're gonna like this story. And, when you hear this story, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Maybe you can, piece together this story. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first meaning halberd, and the second word means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Qiu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Now before I continue, where do you see the problem? This could also help you figuring out testimony. Did you find the mistake yet? The halberd is claimed that it could slice through any shield and armor, and now he has a shield that claims it could withstand any weapon. Do you see the problem? No, there's no problem with the shield's mouth. There's specifically a problem with what is the statement. The halberd is designed to cut through any shield and armor. This shield is designed to withstand any weapon. Where's the problem? So, based on that statement, what would happen if you take the halberd and hit the shield with? I love how the merchant looks like Phoenix Wright. They both are going to end up breaking. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyways, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredits them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to preserve matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. Hey, thanks, Mr. Edwards. I learned something new today. And I bet I learned something new too. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. King of Prosecutor's Trophy updated in the court record. I wonder if that tale actually is true. The story of the word contradiction is made up of the halberd and the shield characters. That's something somebody can look up. February 24th, prosecutor's office underground parking lot. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pounder of roast beef? The star. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person to suck a cow's nipple to discover milk. Japan, we didn't really need to have that image in our head. Really. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on that very day. The evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because his brother's death? They were close. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. Her sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were laid by that legendary duo. Lana and she can't. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean the origin of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while the other items were kept a secret. You mean a true folk tale? Well, he said halberd. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She She's being used. Damon Gann, Lana Scott. Cat led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gann's magnetism is particular and almost unreal. Magnetism? By that I mean the ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the case he handled. Incredible evidence. You mean, yes, there were rumors about him back then. No one dared him though. I think it's just something about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated everything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. Jake's brother was murdered. She felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shot. Made it all the more infuriating. Miss Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, did she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secure. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know. One thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, it takes more than just ingredients to create kind of things. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewig Coffee. Copying files. I'm turning into a real DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ! Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer is still no. Not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. It's gotta be something you can do to make the detective change his mind. What's this crumpled up paper? No way! Mr. Edgar can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe I pushed him that far. Mr. Edwards really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. Well, we can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edwards. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edwards' sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Choose ID tucked swiftly into the pocket. Hey, let's take a look at his... I'm gonna take a look at his ID. What's his ID number? Can anybody read his ID number? Let's see. What does it say? Let's zoom in. Let's zoom out a little bit. I see 6, 7, 3. The last two I think is 5, 5. Is that? No, wait. 6, 7, 8, 3, 8, 5, 5. What do you see, Di? I have no idea why they blocked this information out. I mean, we know he's a sergeant, okay? We know it clearly says sergeant. But why is he titled sergeant? Read his ID number. See what you see in there. I think it's 6783. Or no wait, that can't be an 8 because the last number looks like no, that's a 6. So 6783655. That's it. Do you think you can read the ID number? My guess is 6783655 or 35. It's hard to make out. Well, we're trying to see if we can make out what the numbers are. Because we've got Goodman's number. The first number is clearly 6 and 7. The last number, and I'm pretty sure, is 5. The first number is definitely 6 and 7. The last number is most definitely a 5. But I think his number is 6783655. If I look at it the way I'm looking at it. Because if you look at the patterns, there are numbers that are the same. So, anybody that is... Because if I zoom in onto it, it's going to be more blurry than what it is. But it looks like 6783655. can't make it out. Let me see if I can do HD and see if it comes out cleaner. It was not going to come out cleaner on YouTube. But on the TV that I'm looking at, it looks like 6783 655. If I look on this little tiny one, I see 67 clear as day. Even though it is freaking blurry as heck. The next number does look sort of like an 8, then followed by a 3. Then, since this number before the last two is the same as the first one, it has to be a 6. And the last two looks identical, so I'm assuming those are 5. So I assume that his number is 6783 655. And nobody has a report of his number? Because the ID, let's see. Nobody bothered to ask about his number. But we'll make a note of it. Well, we'll ask the Ace Attorney wikis to see if they would look at the numbers and see if his number is 6783655. Because if you take a look at it, you may get that number, 6783 655. This will definitely be saved on stream, so people will go back. They'll probably try to figure out exactly what this says, because I myself don't understand why they blocked that stuff. We clearly see it says Sergeant. We know his name is Dick Gumshoe. Why block the ID number? February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Okay. So, we are going to do a lot of things in this room, and we have to do this correctly too. Here goes Mr. Wright. I'm telling on you guys to bail me out. Eee! Yeah! Sorry, is that you or a ghost? I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't snaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crumpled and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Hardly ever get a chance to come in. I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired out here. I was lucky. Come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. I made 2 years ago. Anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of conservative crimes. He believes it is a warning to everyone. He wants us to always be alert. Told us so himself in our park. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Let's see. Lana laughed. No one except Chief Gant and the king. So 2 years have passed since then. Can't possibly be any clue remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 magazines. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think you would. There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's look around a bit. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? Someone tells you don't worry about it. It's worth it. They're bothering you, you know? You don't just let it go there. Okay? Alright, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Alright, so first things first. Okay, if you say so. 7-digit number. I think I just know what it is. Alright, Di, this is yours. What do you think? Which one do we choose? Oh, we have a possible guess. That's about as far as we know. We have evidence that we could possibly guess the safe's number. Those are the clues I'm going to put out there. So, I'll show you the clues that we got that could possibly lead to the safe's combination number. Do you see the number? So on the top of the ID number record, you'll see a number up at the top. Yes, the 7 sevens. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 77777777. The final ID card number on the record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You may 77777777. The ID number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This one can only mean one thing. That Chief Cat's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Well, before I look inside, I have one thing I need to do. Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be. Someone touched the mark of the murder. 2 years have passed, so the reaction is kind of dull. The murder really did take place here. Alright. That's what I need. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a charge from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of cloth. Leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw something written. I saw someone writing, wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it's just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? So, it's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line. Now I can prove their relevance. Are these items related to SL9 incident? Alright. Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Alright, guy. What do you think we can do, show him, to prove to him that they're related to the SL9 incident? There is one piece of evidence that can piece the two together. You know, this guy does not mention about the pool of blood. I could not have done it earlier than this. Yeah, the first time I was immediately talking to Gant and he pulled us right out of the office. Detective Gumshoe, do you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the jars had a SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? I mean, this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it rings a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Let's assemble the fragment. Here, let's see the shards. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, Bell. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. There, fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of evidence in the jar. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece is just you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar added to the court records. Alright, we're not protected yet. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Here, earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Put that paper in his room. He was reading at his desk. Looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence? Most cases, the list runs twice as long as this. Hey, look at the case name. SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, Detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about evidence list? Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists are twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? Chief must be hiding something about that case. Would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. Now we have one more to Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at that. Hey, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, see my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on. This isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. That one. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez. Where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the print, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Alright, Di. We're going to let you pick a print. Which one looks like a good one to use? You want to use the thumb? Well, let's see what we can get for the thumb. Because this thumb's on an angle, I'm going to make sure. I cover at least most of it. Covering the entire screen to white is very optional, but I'm covering my tracks here. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, would it? Will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Alright, ready to try another one? The index finger. Okay, let's try the index finger. I like how this bottle of powder is endless. in this game. You don't go through bottles after bottles. In a normal investigation, I'm pretty sure they go through a ton of bottles of this stuff. I'm literally using the entire bottle. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for a bad machine press, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get any clear results from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Okay, Di, let's try another finger. This one I won't have to worry about because that looked like a pretty clear finger. Yeah. And being that this handprint represents that of a child, alright. Whose fingerprint is this, Di? No. How can this be? What Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints are they? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat? Eek! Chief Gantz! Well, we didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog running into a pool. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. And you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way out to that. Wait, you. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair? You're free to go. Mr. Wright! Look, pal. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew I'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence, Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyways, you listen to me. I'm going to smooth things with the chief again. Listen, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Here's the killing blow here. This is the most emotional part out of the entire case. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no use talking about it, or no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to do everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. what you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a really good job mentoring me. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edwards was right. Edwards? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term she used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it. Yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're willing to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? I'll let you be the decider on that one. No, she would not be afraid of her sister. There's no way she would be afraid of her sister. There is definitely, with all the evidence that we have, there is only one person that it can be. Yes.
Take that!
Well, Miss Guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respect him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crime? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of the investigation. Yes, you. But also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you need more than just show me proof that Chief Camp falsified evidence in that case. Okay. There are two pieces of evidence that can be presented in this, but you only need one. You're gonna go with your bag.
Take that!
I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This shirt piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? These pieces of evidence they're pieces of evidence found from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Can himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touchy, Mr. Wright. Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's order, even if he's being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come on, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Perhaps I should say, foul orders. Yes. That's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details. I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edwards' car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes. You were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edward's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon. You mean Edward's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killing Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edward's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. So I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intentions were to prevent them by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? Weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. You never got out which it would. The reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edward's exhaust pipe. And I called my sister. To tell her what happened. I asked her to hide the knife that was in my muffler. know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocent. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to a patrolman, Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had just been murdered. I wanted the facts to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, God, he had much to drop. I disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's the trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Okay. I'm going to save the trial portion for Monday. There's going to be 3 parts to the trial.
Could be long.
So, and next stream is definitely going to be the last stream, even if it takes me beyond midnight. So I will forewarn you right now. So after finishing up that, thoughts, opinions, concerns. Well, yes. It says final day, so we're going to be in a 3-part trial. And, yes, next Monday will be the last one. You have any thoughts, opinions, concerns? Yes. He was already dead in the prosecutor's parking lot based upon what was mentioned by Lana. And that is what Phoenix Wright's going to reveal in the case, in the next case, in the next day of the trial. And at this point, we already know who pretty much did it. We just have to prove that he did it. So that whole segment at the detention center, you must have some thoughts. Something must have started to filter in that mind of yours. We'll be able to find that out in the trial, because Phoenix has to connect Damon Gant not only to this crime, but he also has to connect him to the SL9 incident in order to solve the entire case completely. So, yeah, being that Emma Sky's fingerprints are an evidence piece to the SL9 incident that was never even used, would be a huge concern. So, to sum up what was being talked about, Phoenix Wright mentioned to Lana that Emma Sky was taken in for questioning. And then Phoenix Wright massively interrogated Lana to get every piece of evidence, information out of the case, because the way the evidence look, there is no straight line. And that is the main problem with Rise from the Ashes. It's because the only way to piece this case together is testimony. Well, let's see. We've only had 3 cases like that in here. The Steel Samurai, Turnabout Goodbye, and Rise from the Ashes. Though it's not all, they're not going to be the last ones for sure, of course. But let's see. But this is probably one of the weirdest ones I've seen, because many of the other cases, they were fine. You could take the evidence and you can use the evidence to prove your case. This was the only case where you needed testimony. The testimony mattered. The evidence is basically giving us a big old red herring. At this point, we cannot rely on the evidence. We actually have to rely on testimony. And because in this game, what is said outside of trial is considered hearsay and it cannot be used in court. However, if it's in any judicial building, we can actually use them as evidence, because we can actually tell an investigator that we want their word written in testimony. We could get a documentation of what they said in questioning down at, we don't call it a detention center here. We call it a, what do they call that place there? A visiting room. We can, the attorneys can ask an investigator to take her. Places that are called detention centers. Well, which is Well, they have what is called a juvenile detention center, but that room that they call a detention center, that's what we call a visitor's room.
But
Where?
there are correctional facilities that are detentions that are literally called detention centers. What they call an interrogation. It doesn't matter. Whatever's spoken in the interrogation room can be
So we'll wrap this first game up Monday. I did say that I wanted to have a thumbnail created for Justice for All for the case. Let's see. Justice for All doesn't have any. We don't have anything that reverts to any of the cases going back because we don't have any reference. It is solely to that one case. When we get to trials and tribulation, we visit two past cases. We actually get to do the past case. And then the final case, where you see the title there, Bridge to the Turnabout, will relate to a case that we've already done. That is technically how that works. So yes, we do have technically one more case that does refer to a past case that is linked. And Apollo Justice, almost every one of them are related to a past case. And you literally have to do that case. Not just once, but twice. It depends on how they write it. I mean, I think Turnabout Samurai was okay. There's not a lot of people that like it, but I think how they integrated the past incident into that case worked pretty well. And Turnabout Goodbye, I think they did a beautiful job. I think how that was presented, and because they finished out the first case, they ended up doing the DL6 case separately. Here, we're not doing it separately. We're tangling it together. And Dual Destiny, we have one case that's related to a past case, if I'm not mistaken. But that's not a past case, that's a present case. But I think there's one case that also reflects to a past case. There's one of them that doesn't, though, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't there a case where Apollo was actually leading the case and Buddy was a suspect? That's the one that they actually linked the past trial. Spirit of Justice, there isn't exactly a particular case they're talking about. They're just talking about that freaking area that we call the Kurian. And that's the main series. Then we have, they call them spin-off, but I really think the investigation games should be considered the main series because they follow the timeline. Because most of the Miles Edgeworth games literally follows directly after Trials and Tribulation. Both of them take place in the same year. And both of the investigations, both of the Miles Edgeworth games are direct sequels. And in Prosecutor's Path, you are literally dealing with a past case. I really wish they would redo those. We also have the ones that I really think that should only be considered a spin-off is the Wright Ace Attorney. But that's enough ranting from me about what's main series or not. But before I find a raid, I did want to start Justice for All directly after, but I still want the thumbnail created though. But I think I'm going to make a change in the schedule because we are coming around to holiday time, and I kind of want to take. I don't want to rush into the Ace Attorney games like I did before, because when I did it before, I did it before the 25th anniversary, and I ran them all the way to the end. And by the time I got finished, I was completely burned out from doing Ace Attorney. Andy did all the ones that were still relatively on the DS and the 3DS. I'm going to end up doing everything on. I'm going to do basically most of them on the Switch except for the Miles Edgeworth games. Miles Edgeworth games are still primitively on the DS. Prosecutor's Path is an import. And I don't want to burn myself out like I did last time, because when I did the Great Ace Attorney 2, I had COVID. And I did not really like Great Ace Attorney 2. First of all, I thought the writing was pretty bad in the Great Ace Attorney 2. Some people actually liked it. Oh, I don't have COVID now. I did have COVID when I was doing the Ace Attorney anniversary. Like I said, I'm spacing them out so I don't burn myself out. So, we will take a break before we start Justice for All. I'm not taking a very big break from it, but I at least want to take a few weeks out. I do want to showcase the football games for you, so I'm going to take a few weeks for those. I still have to go and find the Genesis port for a couple of the early John Madden titles. I still have not been able to find that. And apparently there's also a Super Nintendo port for John Madden 93 Championship Edition, and I still haven't found that yet. So we're going to try to see if we can't find all of those, and I am showcasing them. We still don't have the PS3 ones. We're going to slowly do those. Eventually, I will showcase them at some other time. I don't know if I will be showcasing them. Andy could probably showcase them because that's his console. But I do know that we have 2 Madden games already on the PS3. And I learned that there is no Madden 12 on the PS2. Madden 11 is the last one. So, yeah, I seen Rise of them playing, it's playing, Hotel Transylvania. So, I'll drop this link here. And that'll be it for